SSSYGRDM donated $20 through Super Chat.
through an interpreter from Kononenko and Chub. The two cosmonauts are about to place their suits on autonomous or internal power, battery power essentially, which will be the final step before they complete their communications and suit checks. That will be the precursor to them being given the go-ahead from the Russian flight control team to open the hatch to the Poisk module. Chub will actually open the hatch to Poisk. The two cosmonauts will work together to install a protective ring around the circumference of the hatch to protect it during the course of the spacewalk against any potential micrometeoroid debris hits that might be incurred. Once that protective ring is installed, Chub will be first out of the Poisk module, followed by Kononenko as they set up their tools and tethers to begin to make their way down to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module for the first task of today's spacewalk, which will be the full deployment of the second of 4 panels of that mini radar system that is attached to the Naoka module that did not deploy properly during the previous spacewalk they conducted back in October.
Off and off. Suits 1 and 2 and press on. Suits 1, 2 off, both off, yes, copy. Now demate electrical umbilical. You go to demate. And after that, cover Orlan umbilicals with MLI. Copy. Electrical umbilical.
And the report from the Russian Mission Control Center is that both Orlan suits have passed their leak checks. That's good news as the crew prepares to receive the final approval from the Russian flight controllers to open the hatch to the Poisk module.
Umbilical demate from Orlan.
Once again, this is the 270th spacewalk in the history of the International Space Station for assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The first spacewalk of 2024 out of the station. There are 3 U.S. spacewalks that are currently planned for the June timeframe. Those spacewalks to be conducted by the NASA astronauts who comprise Expedition 71.
What is PO2? What's the main bottle? Oxygen bottle. Pressure.
The International Space Station is currently flying just north of New Guinea, once again on a southwest to northeasterly track that will carry it across the northern Pacific Ocean on this orbit of the Earth. We should be coming into an orbital sunrise about 10 to 12 minutes from now.
Fluid umbilicals are disconnected for both. Versus MRM2 close, mode to O2 close. But make sure that O2 open. Open, mode to O2 close. Yeah, it's opening slowly. Just stand by. Pressure 0.36. And the bottle, prime bottle 360. Nikolai, what's on your side? 0.35, 318. Voltage on battery 28.9. Excellent. To understand that the fluid umbilicals are capped. The valves are closed. And it's all capped. Okay. covered with MLI flap as well. Okay. ВРК well closed. Nikolai.
Правильно. Да, по-моему, стоил. Глаз закрыто. Не, камеру.
What about camera?
Камеру, да. Так, сюда.
Let me push it a little bit further down. Okay, now it's excellent, thank you. Okay, Dima, we're ready.
Ну что, ребят, я вас, Артем.
Okay, guys, I'm handing it over to Artem. Good luck. All the best to you. We'll meet at the pre-press, and you've done excellent job all on time. Good luck to you. Okay, thank you.
And with that expression of well wishes, the Russian flight controllers handing off between the spacewalk preparation controllers to the controllers who will guide Kononenko and Chub through their procedures on a spacewalk expected to last about 6 hours and 45 minutes, maybe 7 hours in duration.
All right, I'm all ready to go. All up for it. Are you? So are we.
Хорошо.
Excellent. All right, that's first of all.
Я не вижу. Я клюк разверну.
Speaking simultaneously.
Инструментов все присутствует, все.
All right. So all tools are in place, everything is properly secured, right?
Подождите секунду.
Stand by, Artem. I can't rotate myself like this. Okay, let me step back. I step back. Is it okay now?
Мне на вас? Вы вращали за что не зацепили нормально? Нет, я говорю, люк открываешь, не мешайте.
Is anything on the way? Will the hatch opening also be on the way? No. Right now I'm fine. Nothing is entangled, so we're good. Artem, now we're ready. Copy. All equipment is in place and everything is secured. Absolutely. So the suit's secured? Affirmative. Copy that. Check the flag on the opening key. Is it in work position? Yes. The screws of the emergency closing are loosened completely. The handles are in the closed position facing each other. I can see the second one. Now I can, yes, affirmative, facing each other in closed position. Excellent. All right, then we can proceed with the EV hatch opening. Attaching safety tether hooks. And we're monitoring.
This is Mission Control Houston. Cosmonauts in the Poisk airlock, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, having now received the go from the flight controllers in Korolyov to open the hatch to Poisk that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
Push your handle to the hard stop. When you see the opening, you'll see the message. Okay. I'm leaving the key in the lock, right? Affirmative. Excellent. So what do we have? Sunrise, I can't see it yet. Are we? Okay, it is crack opening, but the pressure is creeping back up. Okay, when you'll see the stable opening, a report. In 8 minutes, we'll be in insulation. Copy. Hatch is open. Copy. Again, hatch is open. Copy. Now take the adjustable tether and you need to attach it to the panel. I'm handing it to you with my left hand. Can you see it? No, not yet. Change the orientation. Let me rotate. Bring my legs down. Okay, I'm going. Could you move forward a little bit? Legs towards Paphos. What is this? And okay, this is the adjustable tether. Can you reach it?
This is Mission Control Houston. The official start time for today's spacewalk, 9:57 a.m. Central Time, 10:57 a.m. Eastern Time, as the crew confirmed the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module. So the first spacewalk of the year at the International Space Station now officially underway.
Maybe I should change my position. Well, actually, I can't. There is hardware in the way. Do you see my feet? No, maybe if I back up.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, the hatch to the airlock on the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station is open. That marked the official start of today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, 9:57 a.m. Central Time, 10:57 a.m. Eastern Time. Russian Spacewalk 62 now officially underway.
Okay, and I'm going to get your tether. Okay, I see it. Is it going? Yes, I can. I have it and I'm moving it. I'm handing you over the tether and opening the hatch. Wait a sec. Hatch is open. Copy. After that, start protective ring install. Copy. Will do so. I have to reach the ring first. Okay. Okay, I'm tightening here. I have the fixed length tether ring secured now. I do not see any inaudible. It has to be on the bottom, on the left. But you do have the second one? Yes, of course I have it.
Ты зажал, головой прижал.
You are pressing on it with your head.
Метка должна быть на 5 часов. Руетку видите? Пока нет.
Do you see the marker? Not yet.
Вот я вижу черное вот здесь.
I see something black here.
Оставил? Так, секундочку, но почти на месте, да.
Okay, I'm almost in place here. And I have it.
Сейчас я выверну. У тебя она снизу, по-моему, ходит туда-сюда. Она вот она здесь, сейчас я только...
Yours is down. Yes, I understand.
Так, кольцо установлено.
The ring is installed. Copy.
Тогда приступай к выходу из мимо. Первый фал постоянной длины.
So the first fixed-length tether, you have to secure it.
Так, фал зафиксирован.
Yes, it's secured.
Я вышел.
I am outside.
Перефиксирую фал. Переменная длина наружу.
I have my adjustable tether here.
Выхода из тени 1 минута.
There's only 1 more minute of eclipse.
Может, я сублиматор включу потихонечку?
Да, сейчас я запрос сделал.
So I may start the heater now, slowly. Let me ask.
Давайте мне тогда длинный карабин пока.
Okay, give me the long hook now and crew log bag.
Один. Так, сейчас, секунду, я...
Stand by.
Так, застрахован.
I have to tether it. Okay, it is tethered. Now the second one.
Так, вывожу.
Inaudible.
Взял? Да, крылок бэк.
You have the crew log bag?
И даете длинный фал.
Yes. And now feed the tether over here.
Взял? Нет, пока.
You have it? No, not yet.
А? На нем нормально? Нормально, да.
Everything good? Yes. The adjustable tether is secured, the first one. Now do the second one.
Тихо, тихо. Надо мне...
Slowly let me back up first.
Так, вытягивай.
I'm feeding it out.
Так, я тебе подаю. Угу. Взял? Да. Все нормально. Так, Артем, крылок.
It's all good. Okay, Artyom, crew log bag is out. And the adapter. Copy.
Да, сейчас дадим эту команду.
This is Mission Control Houston, 8 minutes into today's spacewalk, the first view. Now, as the space station moves into an orbital sunrise of our spacewalkers, Nikolai Chub wearing the Russian Orlan suit with the blue stripes as EV2, or extravehicular crew member number 2, Ale Kononenko, EV1, or extravehicular crew member number 1 will be visible during the course of the spacewalk. He's wearing the Orlan suits with the red stripes.
You can still do it.
They have already secured a protective ring around the hatch that was opened at 9:57 a.m. Central Time, 10:57 a.m. Eastern Time, marking the beginning of today's spacewalk. The 7th for Kononenko, the 2nd for Chub, the 2nd they've conducted together.
Okay, the short tether is out. Now the long tether. Copy.
Так, вышел.
I am egressed. Copy.
Так,
Sublimator is now on. Copy. Sublimator activated. Still working on the sublimator. Slowly.
Так, второй сублиматор включил, положение 2. Второй.
Принято.
DD2 sublimator is on.
Так.
In position 2.
Держу.
And now remove slack on equipment tethers.
Пол с потягом здесь. Я сейчас.
Okay, adjustable tether is here.
Замотано. Здесь, что ли?
There is some wrapping here.
Так. Второй.
Now the second tether.
Второй вы подтяните просто к себе.
Just pull it towards yourself. Are you holding it? Yes, I am.
На поручень, который над ВЛом.
Maybe the one that's above the EV hatch.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, a good look at cosmonauts Nikolai Chub at the top of your screen. Just to his bottom is Oleg Kononenko, Chub wearing the suit with the blue stripes, Kononenko wearing the suit with the red stripes. They are in the process of taking equipment out of the Poisk airlock that they will be using throughout the course of today's spacewalk. They also will be switching helmet cameras on shortly. Those helmet cameras to provide up-close and personal views of the work they'll be conducting throughout the course of today's excursion. The first major activity will be to move over to the Naoka multi-purpose laboratory module to attempt to fully deploy the second panel, one of 4 such panels, on a miniature phased array synthetic aperture radar system that they installed on Naoka back in October during their last spacewalk together. One of those 4 panels hung up, could not be latched in place. They have new procedures designed to try to get that panel unfurled properly and latched in place so that this radar system can begin operating.
On the right? Yes. Do you have a green light illuminated? Yes, it is now for me. Copy. And I have an image already. Copy. All right, then let's translate towards the Strela. Nikolai, after you turned on the sublimator, you have 13 degrees already. It's working very effectively. Remember to control your temperature. Yes, I'm fine so far. Thank you. It's a bit low, your temperature. Okay, I got it on warmer now. Okay, let's translate. Yes.
The 2 cosmonauts have taken a platform and several adapters out of the Poisk airlock that they will be attaching to various work sites on the Russian segment of the International Space Station, and will shortly make their way down to the Naoka module to begin the first major task of today's excursion. Again, that will be an attempt to fully straighten out and lock in place one of 4 panels on a synthetic aperture radar system.
Are you moving yet? No, I am tethering screw lock back on myself. I have the hook on the swing arm on the ring. Copy. And also your short tether secured to it. Yes. Copy. Remind me why I didn't want to take it with me after the last time. Now I have to walk with it. I am swapping my tether to the ring. Copy. And translating to the other side. I missed being out here. This way. Are you securing here? Yes. Now adjustable tether.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a live view from a balcony camera overlooking the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov, outside Moscow, as we hand over between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll be regaining our downlink capability from the station just a moment or two from now. Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, 18 minutes into today's spacewalk that began with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk airlock at 9:57 a.m. Central Time, 10:57 a.m. Eastern Time, almost right on schedule. They should be making their way down to the Naoka multi-purpose laboratory area, their work site there, to begin the work to fully deploy one of 4 panels on a miniature synthetic radar aperture system that they installed back in October. They unfurled at that time 3 of the 4 panels. 1 of the panels hung up. The hope is today that revised procedures will enable them to complete the deployment of that final panel and to latch it in place so that the radar system can begin operating.
Okay, a bit stuck here for some reason. You are going along the Strela? Yes, I am. Removed the tethering? Yes. Copy.
Олег Ильич, ваш фал держит переменной длины. Он там за флаги зацепился.
Oleg, your tether is hooked here on the bottom. Your adjustable tether. Copy. It is twisted. Can you do it? Stand by.
Он там под этот придется, что ли? Под петлю попал?
How did it get hooked?
Я с той стороны переходил, сейчас надо перестегнуть на эту сторону.
I just need to switch it to the other side in a moment. Okay, all good.
Так, приехали. Сейчас подъем.
Okay, you need to remate it.
The cosmonauts, as we are about to regain our downlink television capability from the station, are currently working to set up their equipment at their first work site at the Naoka module of the International Space Station.
Okay, I have it.
The station is currently flying over the border of Montana and North Dakota, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Maybe the other way towards me. I am going to go down slowly. I'm not sure what to do here.
You can see at the top of your screen that boom-like device that is moving back and forth. That is the Strela boom. Strela is the Russian word for arrow. That is a telescoping boom that spacewalkers use outside of the Russian segment to move themselves and equipment around from one module to another on the Russian segment.
How about the handrail on the bottom? Isn't it there? We are getting the video now.
And a good view of Oleg Kononenko wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes as he now is at the work site of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. Nikolai Chub wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes just at the top of your screen, almost out of the view at this moment.
You have to go down first. Okay. More and more and more. Yes. Okay, basically you are through. Now the APFR.
Что они там? Видно? Машут? Ну-ка.
Can you see people waving to you? Maybe if I stand back a bit.
And a good view right now of the two Roscosmos cosmonauts. Kononenko on your left, Chub on the right, as they begin work to fully unfold the fourth in a series of 4 panels on this synthetic radar system. It is called the Mini RSA system. This device was installed during their last spacewalk back in October. One of the 4 panels did not deploy properly. That's the prime objective of today's spacewalk, is to do just that, so that the radar system can begin operating. This is a synthetic aperture radar system used to make multi-dimensional images of geographical landscapes.
Install the handrail properly.
And is planned as a tool to aid in the management of natural resources, environmental control, and emergency monitoring of conditions on Earth.
4148. And you can reach? Yes, but it's not convenient. On your way back, or maybe even now, take a video of this. Right now, 4109 is here, and 4128 is on the bottom. So this is how it should be. It's perpendicular to the module, and I did it quite straight. Do you copy? We understand it was just convenient for other crew members to have the previous configuration of gap spanners. MLM, we walked back and forth on it, and we required different configurations of handrails and gap spanners. But not here. Remind me to uninstall it when I go back. All right. Okay, everything in place here.
Пробы. Где мы берем? 41.
Station Moscow Space to Ground 1 for Alexander.
41.
And where do we take the swabs? Yes, Alexander. Can you work on the hatch cover now? Not now, unfortunately. I have the treadmill to do.
32 minutes into today's spacewalk, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub now at the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. They are working in the vicinity of the era that you see imprinted on that robotic arm. That's the European robotic arm that was attached to Naoka and activated to provide robotic capability for the Russian segment of the International Space Station. That is not in play in today's spacewalk. What is in play is the effort by Kononenko on the bottom and Chub at the top of your screen to fully deploy the fourth in a series of 4 panels for a synthetic radar aperture system that hung up during its initial installation back in October.
I think the tether will be long enough here.
Артем, первая FP11, я напротив нее стою.
Yes, 111.
Так, safety tether, Олег Дмитриевич, поможете мне?
So, Oleg, could you help me with the tether? Of course.
Держать?
Do you want me to hold it?
Большой карабин зацепить на...
So take the large hook and connect it 4113, and you start translation using a combined protocol. So the hook is closed. Latch is closed. Copy. Speaking simultaneously. So I'm attached to 2 hooks. So now you can remove the box. Removing. The short one has been removed. Let's walk and see how our mini RSA is doing. Where you see the dark spots, so do not open the FT valves. You'll see them right in the middle. Yes, I can see it where there is 4111. That is correct. So next to the fixed plate, and take the samples not from the handle itself, but based on the foundation, on the base of the pit. I see 4142. That's what's written. 4142. In the vicinity of BTP. That's the name of the zone. So, and it was called a handle, but it's not a handrail. So it's next to the valve. Коля, can you tell me if they are closed while you're in the vicinity? I'm just checking that right now. Let me rotate it. Visually, the left latch is closed, but possibly not to the very end, because there is a screw. It's in the middle. Should it be flush? Yes, to the full stop, and you need to turn the paddle. I did, and I think it worked. If you depressed the pedal and nothing worked, then you can use a screwdriver and you can rotate the installation screw. Well, it went to the right, to the full stop. The view is unbelievable. Beautiful, Nikolai. So I've loaded mechanically to the full stop. Can you see it via the telemetry? We copy. So the mechanical handrail has been lowered. Let us confirm with the telemetry what we see. All right, we'll continue. Pressing on. The second latch should be fully closed. That's the type 1 latch. Copy. We copy. Thank you. It seems to be stuck. Once again. You said 41, 43, 41, 44. Oleg, you need to go from the other side. I will try. They're both with adapters, speaking simultaneously. So use the platform with adapters as your site, as your guide. I see it. It's close to the bracket, right? 41, 42, not exactly. You need to take OBTV. You can see that's the attachment point for the adapter, for the platform with adapters. You will see some dark marks on it. So the only one I see, the only location I see on the MLI is under the handrail. Yes, where it says BKZ labeled, BK3, that's where it should be. All right. Коля, do you see the wire that is going under? I don't see any at all right now.
40 minutes into today's spacewalk, Oleg Kononenko in the suit with the red stripes, joined just above him by Nikolai Chub, as they are completing the installation, the temporary installation and stowage of a platform with adapters on a handrail that ultimately will be affixed to the Zvezda service module for future spacewalking work, and then we'll proceed with tackling the major objective, and that is the deployment of one of 4 panels on a synthetic radar aperture system that hung up during its initial installation back in October.
That's the piece that...
The International Space Station currently flying 260 miles over northern Brazil.
With the dyno cutters, it just fell off on its own. Well, just try any way you can. All right. Otherwise, the latches are open. Copy. And did you see it only on one side? Yes. Apologies. Let me just secure it in place. Copy. Коля, you said the yellow part was the end part of it. Yes. The yellow part. So it just started falling out on its own. Copy. So the second one is good. I was able to remove it out. Copy. So that's the small movement part. Artyom, why couldn't they have done it, install and then using the bayonet? What did you say? Come again? Did not copy. Why not to do the sample device, sample taker on the panel? I'm not ready to give you the answer, Oleg. It's been 10 years or so, and the structure, yeah, bayonet connection would be better.
The view from Nikolai Chub's helmet camera as he continues to work to straighten out or unfurl that one panel on the synthetic radar aperture system.
At any rate, the latches are open, and I have removed the tail ends. Copy. So are you going to use it manually? I'm trying to unscrew everything and then I'll figure it out. I will try first manually. Copy. So I've picked it on my side. Copy, Oleg. Copy. Latches are closed. Copy. Thank you. Now, you please take photos of everything. Will do. Oleg, I have a request for you as well to take photos from your end, from your side. Come again, did you ask me to do it also? Yes, I'm asking both of you to take photos using the camera. All right, that's the adapter. I'm trying to turn around. And move it somewhere further away. And could you please take photos of the latches of the first type 1? Will do. I'm not going to climb upwards. I'm holding it on this side. I'm using the camera to make a recording. On the bottom, I'm higher than you are.
This is Mission Control Houston. Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center now confirming that the second panel of the miniature synthetic aperture radar system has now been deployed and latched in place. So Nikolai Chub and Ale Kononenko making short work of that major objective 47 minutes into today's spacewalk. The mini RSA system, as it is called, should now be fully operational once it is activated in the days to come.
Give me a second. 109, as well as the handrail 4128. How copy? So the valve of SP-1 copy. Thank you. I remember this soft handrail was actually moved when we were working with the valves in the past, and I remember handling it. Have you arrived? I'm down. Yes, please just move here. Yeah, let me move a little bit further. Now you can. Did you come to the base? Did you attach it to the ring where we have the wrap around? Yes. And will you take some photos from there? No, not from that one. Just go to the next one. Okay, next one will work. Done. Excellent.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, we are almost 50 minutes into today's spacewalk that began with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module by Ale Kononenko and Nikolai Chub at 9:57 a.m. Central, 10:57 a.m. Eastern Time. The two cosmonauts have completed the full deployment of the second of 4 panels of the mini RSA phased array synthetic radar system that was first installed back in October. One of those 4 panels did not deploy and latch in place properly. It did today, so that system is now fully configured in its operational mode, ready to begin operations. This system designed to provide multi-dimensional images of geographical landscapes. The 2 cosmonauts have also taken swab samples of the exterior of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that you see there. A good view of Oleg Kononenko wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes. Just above him is Nikolai Chub wearing the suit with the blue stripes. You see in the upper right-hand corner of your screen the airlock that was installed on the Naoka module last year. That airlock will be used to eject payloads, science payloads, for study from the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, much like the airlock sliding platform does from the Kibo module, the Japanese module on the U.S. segment of the International Space Station. And prominent in the foreground there is the European robotic arm attached to Naoka that will be used for other science operations in the months and years ahead.
On the top, is it faster? Well, you can see it's more scenic. You can see around. That sounds good. Speaking simultaneously. Yes, just attach it to yourself. Copy. And this mobile link should be placed in a more comfortable way. Well, in that case, so shall we translate slowly back? Do you have any additional tasks for us on the MLM? No further tasks on the MLM. Is just once you're en route, place the mobile unit in a more comfortable manner. Well, we'll try, but you can spend a lot of time trying to do that. Last time, we've tried to do it. Well, we have a little bit of time for that. We can allocate some time just to make it more comfortable. We'll try. Okay, we'll do it. Second, please look at the Strela unit and see that the stoppers are not touching the exterior panel. We'll look, Oleg. We'll do a little break by the Strela. Right here somewhere? Yes, right here. Maybe a little bit further. Okay, a bit further away? Yes. You can see it very well from there. Can you rotate? Well, I am referring to rotating 180 degrees. No.
The 2 cosmonauts are now changing the orientation of a Plume impingement unit that is located on the Zvezda service module, right at the interface between Naoka and Zvezda. This unit is one of several such units located around the Russian segment of the station that measures the effect of plume impingement from thruster firings over the course of time. During Russian spacewalks, this unit's orientation is changed ever so slightly so it can have a different look at different surfaces on the Russian segment for plume impingement effects.
And maybe partially we can attach to the Strela. No, that's further away. Just go to the foot restraint. You go on one side and I'll go to the other. Коля, stop. Standing. Is that in your way? All right, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston as we approach the 1 hour mark into today's spacewalk. In other news, the two NASA astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who will launch aboard the Boeing Starliner spacecraft atop an Atlas V rocket from Launch Complex 41 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on the night of May 6th, are en route to the Kennedy Space Center for their arrival for pre-launch training and other activities. We will be switching the public channel down to the Kennedy Space Center a little less than an hour from now for coverage on the public channel of their arrival and remarks, as well as a Q&A with the media gathered down at the Cape. Spacewalk coverage will continue at that time on the media channel, after which both channels will resume coverage of today's Russian spacewalk. We'll keep you posted on the precise time of all of that, but you can expect the CFT, or crew flight test, crew arrival down at the Kennedy Space Center somewhere in the neighborhood of noon Central Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
Have you rotated? You probably cannot see me. Feels like night. So shall we continue? In 7 minutes, we'll see the orbital night. Yes, we can see it. It's coming up. I can do it this way. I can start. All right. Artyom, when you were telling us to place the station more comfortably, what exactly did you mean? To make it tighter? Well, it's up to you. I understand the inconvenience is that it kind of gravitates towards the radiator. But I don't know what else to attach it to. Maybe to the restraint. Well, it's at the base point, actually. So you look at 4121, and then the next one is the base point. It does not reach to the radiator. It's nearby, but it does not reach. I don't see it touching it. So when you were translating, we were seeing that it was pretty loose and it might reach the radiator. Yes, in theory, but in reality, so this mobile unit goes to the attachment point for the radiator. So the restraint is on this side, and on the other side, I don't think we have any way to attach it except for the bracket. Well, since the foot restraint here is not used, maybe we can attach it to that structure. We can try. We can try. It will be a little bit further, but it might work. It will be further from the radiator. Let me just turn it around. Copy. And a request. In about 2 to 3 minutes prior to the orbital night to turn off the Heka cameras. Will do. All right. We have a restraint, foot restraint on this side. So I'm tightening it up. We're doing it, Artyom. Well, if we attach it here, it will not be banging against it. It won't. I think that will be better. Or maybe just do it the way it was. I agree. Well, let's try at least and see if it works. I'm holding it.
Artyom, here it is, right here on top. It's pretty much on the foot restraint and on the handrail 2141. But the attachment point cannot reach the radiator anyway, so if we do it from the attachment point, pull it in. We will not be picking up the towels back in 10 years, right? So,
this is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 2 minutes into today's spacewalk. Ali Kononenko, one of 6 humans to conduct spacewalks over 3 different decades. On your left, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes, Nikolai Chub. On the right, in the blue stripes, as we move into a handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. They have deployed the 4th of 4 panels on a synthetic radar aperture system attached to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, and have reoriented a Plume impingement detection unit on the Zvezda service module, as well as having taken swab samples on the exterior of Naoka. They will be removing a container called the BioRisk experiment from the Zvezda service module, as well as its adapter, and stow it inside the Poisk airlock, which is the airlock that they use to begin their spacewalk at 9:57 a.m. Central Time, 10:57 a.m. Eastern Time.
So I can say, when we'll turn them back on, then you'll give us the direction. Okay. It's on the CLA. I will just turn it the way it's needed. Okay, copy. Okay, shall we start moving towards MRM? Yes. Artyom? Do you have GoPros off? Are you ready?
With our TV signal back, Kononenko and Chub are wrapping up work to secure the synthetic radar aperture system panels. They now will make their way back to the Poisk module to install a work platform with several adapters to a base point on the Poisk as the next of several tasks for today's spacewalk. The crew is running well ahead of their scheduled timeline. We'll see if they maintain that pace, working very efficiently together on this 270th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is Kononenko's 7th spacewalk of his career. On this, the 960th day in space, for Kononenko, who's the chief of the Cosmonaut Corps at the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center in Star City. He will hit the 1,000 day in space, a record few thought would be possible some time ago. Kononenko will reach that milestone on June 4th.
Did you pass it? Yes. Okay. We need to get closer to the model. Let me work.
The International Space Station moving into an orbital sunset over the southern Indian Ocean as the two cosmonauts continue their work outside on this first spacewalk from the International Space Station in 2024.
Tricky spot here. Let me get closer and I will help you. Just 1 second. Okay, crew look back. Okay, here it is. I stepped out, I see. Okay, the adjustable tether stretched out. Yes, of course. Artem?
Связи?
Was it dropout? Artem? So, if I'll be approaching not from the left, but from the right. Can I approach Burisk that way? Is there anything on the way? Or shall we go the longer translation path? There will be a long gap between the handrails, and it will not be convenient to do the passover. It is possible, but it's not convenient. I had this. Now I'm here. Now I had the. To look for what on the attachment point? On the mobile link? Or where? No, take a, at the main beam. Last time we reported already that the housing is damaged. Can you do something using the restraint, with the restraints, or do you think it will not be manageable? Well, right now the restraints are parallel to 4100, and they're actually causing the damage, but there is no way to put it normal to the handrails. Are they folding restraints? Technically, yes, but we cannot do that. But then, what can we do? Try to stuff it behind the handrail and secure? Why? Just push it somehow behind the handrail. But you'll be passing by anyway, and it will just jump out. There's just the paint is damaged, scraped off a little bit. Okay, understand. All right, then proceed your translation. Are you secured? No, not yet. I just approached this spot. Okay. 1, 2, ready?
Страховку сняли? Нет, не сняли.
Did we undo the hook? No, not yet.
Готово.
Ready?
Говорят, космических лифтов не существует. Космических чего? Лифтов. Ну, я думал, глистов.
Okay, and we were told that there are no space worms. Oh, here it is.
Да, ручной.
Oh, what that? Was it a tick?
Надо с чего-то начинать.
Yes, and actually it's tamed. All right. There has to be a first time for everything. Oh, well, I don't have anything to grab onto here. I let that go. Now, here, take this bundle and pull it towards yourself. I think I'll have to transfer here. No, probably a little bit farther. I think we need to use the lower path. Oh, okay. Actually, I'm already here. Let me secure you. When you'll be moving below the ring.
Принято.
Speaking simultaneously. We are currently at MRM2 already. I am next to the Roscosmos label. And I have good visual, okay. So, how shall we do it? Okay, first of all, come closer and I will reattach your tether. Right now you are going under Strela beam. No, I need to transfer closer to the hedge. Or do you want to go to the left from the beam? Because I was planning to go to the right, yes. And if it's to the right, then it's closer to the hedge, because your hedge is to your right. No, I'm talking about the other side from the hedge. Yes, that's where I'm planning to go. Oh, okay. Then let's get off Strela, reattach the tether somewhere right here.
Так, Артем, мы сейчас с меня safety tether снимаем и вешаем здесь на поручень вокруг V1.
No.
Напомни, пожалуйста, мы его забрали, не забудьте.
We need to... What are you going to attach to the handrail? Could you please repeat?
На поручень возле VL1.
Next to VL1. Did you copy? Can you repeat the whole sentence? What are you going to attach there? We will attach some safety tethers here, right next to the EVA hedge. Yes, and the reel also, and the tethers. You're right, attach it right there. Oh, will it be on the way? I think it is. Right now. No, I will manage to go to the other side. We'll somehow try to jump over it. I think that it will be easier to go around clockwise around the hedge, over the top. And then nothing will be on the way. Guys. Guys, when you'll be ready to go to different direction, when you'll remove the KPP and the rail, take the equipment tether, report at that moment, and we will do a 5-minute hold.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're listening to the interpretation of the conversation between Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Korolyov. You see there the vast control room at the Russian Control Center from this balcony camera as they continue to discuss procedures with Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. The two cosmonauts have straightened out and latched in place the fourth of 4 panels on a synthetic radar aperture system that hung up during its initial installation back in October. So that system is now going to be fully operational. They also took swab samples of some of the exterior surfaces on the Russian segment of the station for analysis at a later date, and are taking a brief 5-minute breather before they press ahead with the installation of a platform, a work platform with associated adapters on a base point or an attachment point on the Poisk module, which is on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, serving as both a docking port and the airlock from which they began their spacewalk 1 hour and 16 minutes ago.
I suggest to put both inside. Okay, Krylov bag is secured. One is on 6021, and the other one is on 6024. Now let me turn around. Copy. Here, on any of those. Let's do it here. Okay. And the small should be attached to the Krylov bag, yes. Right here. Where is the Krylov bag? Here. And this is the ring. So, is that it? All okay? Yes. Yes, all okay. Done. Artem, Krylov bag is secured by 3 tethers. 2 hooks from the tether that we used for stowing it, and plus 1 safety tether. Copy. Probably he doesn't copy it. No, guys, I copied you. Artem, what if I use the handrails to translate over the hatch? Do you think it will be convenient for me later on, or should I go below the hatch? Well, above the hatch, that will mean closer to the docking port. No, I'm talking about the EV hatch. To make sure it will be more convenient for you in PKDO. Then you'll need to use the handrail that is closer to the docking mechanism. Closer to what? The docking mechanism. I am now using the utmost upper handrail. Yes. No, guys, it won't be convenient. That's what I'm saying. That I should be using the lower handrails, but I already see PKDO. It will be a little bit high for positioning myself there. Let me try PKDO. No. I'm trying to figure out which handrail I need. Nikolai, have you started translating? No. Right now, I put the alligators into the Krylov bag together with the screwdriver that I used. And that way, I managed to free 2 reds. Okay, copy. Okay, guys, 5 minutes rest. And before you start translating, we'll need to turn the cameras on. Okay. Before we start translating. All right. Artyom, we need to rotate the KDO around its own axis, right? Yes, about its own axis by 180 degrees. Arrow must be pointing at Paphos. It was pointed at me. Now I turned it around and now it's looking down. Okay, copy. Oleg, can you turn the helmet cameras on? And also use Glisser. Do you have the image now? No, not yet. I see the green LED on. Yes, green LED is illuminated. Copy. Then I believe we shall be receiving this video in a minute. Just, I turned it towards Paphos. Copy. Nikolai, then turn your helmet camera on. It's already on. Do you see it? No, not yet. Then I go to Byrisk. Oleg, let's wait for another minute. Let us wait for the cameras to come alive and let us see everything.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 23 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko, the Expedition 71 commander, and Roscosmos flight engineer Nikolai Chub. The cosmonauts opened the hatch to the Poisk module airlock at 9:57 a.m. Central Time, 10:57 a.m. Eastern Time, marking the official start of today's excursion, the 270th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the first out of the International Space Station this year, and the first for Expedition 71. The two cosmonauts are working well ahead of their timeline, having unfurled and latched in place the fourth of 4 panels on a synthetic aperture radar system that was initially installed back in October when they last conducted a spacewalk out of the station. They latched it in place. That system now will be fully operational. They have also collected swab samples on several surfaces on the exterior of the Russian segment of the station and reoriented a Plume impingement device to measure thruster firing effects on the surfaces of the International Space Station.
Do you believe
the two crew members, although out of sight of station cameras at this moment, have made their way down or back up from the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module to Poisk to install a work platform with several adapters on an attachment point for the installation of other hardware coming up later in this spacewalk and on future spacewalks out of the Russian segment.
Give me another couple of minutes before I'll be able to assess the situation. Okay, of course. Whenever you'll be ready. If needed, we'll rotate the solar arrays to give you more room. Okay, but you know, there is a pretty narrow space there. I will have to squeeze in. But from that position, if I do squeeze in, I will not be able to see this station far enough to understand about the solar rays. Okay, copy. So you're now on the large diameter, right? We started receiving video from your camera. Yes? I'm at 2423. Copy. Yeah.
And we're back with views from the helmet camera of Nikolai Chub, up close and personal as he makes his way toward the next work site on the Poisk module, just outside of the hatchway to the Poisk airlock.
Oleg, we're receiving the video from your camera as well.
The International Space Station flying 260 miles over the Indonesian island chain, moving from southwest to northeast on a track that will carry the station and its 7 crew members just to the east of Tokyo a short time from now.
Okay, very good. Now tell me please, there is a foot restraint installed here, and also there is a foundation. They're round. No, you will not be able to hook up to it because they are wider. But there is another handrail there. There is a gap spanner all the way to the base of the platform with adapters. Well, actually, the hook worked on that round a bar without any problems. Okay, copy. I do remember that when we were training on the pool, we could do it, but I don't see any gap spanners. Okay. All right. If there is enough length for you, then it's great. Also, another attachment point possible for the hook is the base of the platform with the adapters. See if you'll need it, you can use it. So far, I'm attached to the foot restraint, to those braces. Copy? Now the base. All right. I'm secured to the base of the platform with adapters, and adjustable is right here. Copy.
Approaching the 1 hour, 30-minute mark into today's spacewalk. Again, the 2 cosmonauts not appearing to be flummoxed in any way by today's activities, moving smartly along and well ahead of their timeline as they continue their work, preparing to set up for the installation of an adapter and a work platform on the POISC module, to which they will install 2 pieces of hardware, one called Quartz and one by the Russian Cyrillic acronym of TKK, which are 2 devices measuring corrosion effects on the outside surfaces of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Sasha, can you copy us? No, he does not copy you.
Just a programming note as we continue our coverage of the Russian spacewalk today by Kononenko and Chub. We will be switching the public channel of NASA television down to the Kennedy Space Center at 11:45 a.m. Central, 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, just ahead of the arrival of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who are en route to the Kennedy Space Center, and their arrival for final preparations for their scheduled launch the night of May 6th aboard the Boeing Starliner commercial crew spacecraft on the crew flight test atop an Atlas V rocket from Launch Complex 41 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. We will continue our spacewalk coverage on the media channel during the time the public channel is down at KSC. And once their arrival remarks and a short Q&A with media gathered at their landing strip down at the Cape is complete, Then we'll rejoin the spacewalk on both the public and the media channels.
Адаптер РК демонтирован.
Adapter is uninstalled. Okay. Start translating towards the EV hatch. And Oleg, I am already going back. But you didn't say. I was busy. Okay, the BKDO, Pressure and Contamination Monitoring Unit, it's rotated and tilted. Need to adjust it. Yes, I need to go down towards it.
Так, нам надо как-то будет аккуратно его входить.
We need to be very careful.
Выхода из тени осталось 5 минут.
5 minutes to insulation. Copy.
Я уже иду обратно.
I'm going back now. Yes, I can see you.
Его пройти, не задевая. Я его развернул.
Just be careful. Okay, I rotated the BKDO unit towards the Soyuz. The arrow is pointing towards the Soyuz.
Нет, стоял правильно, получается. Нет, стоял правильно. Вот так.
Well, it used to be. properly oriented.
Да, с платформой с адаптерами вы пойдете сейчас.
Под ногами у меня корабль, надо сориентироваться, где Paphos.
Okay, I need to orient myself where the Paphos is.
Едете с платформой с адаптерами, то по нижней трассе кольцевой.
When you are shepherding the platform with adapters, please go towards the lower translation path.
Сейчас я дождусь света.
Yeah, I will wait for insolation.
3,5 минуты.
3.5 minutes to insolation. Copy, 3.5 minutes.
Конкретно на Paphos развернуть или просто параллельно модулю поставить?
Do you want me to rotate it? Or just position it in parallel to the module? More in parallel to the module, and so that the arrow faces the correct way. All right, that's what I am doing. All right, there's interference now.
Так, говори, Артем.
Да, у меня просьба камеру Хеку чуть левее повернуть.
The Heka camera, please turn it to the left, just a little bit, when possible.
Давай его застрахуем.
Let's further.
Так. Сейчас, секунду.
Stand by one.
Давайте.
Okay, now.
Пойдем. Я вот так не поймаю.
I cannot catch it. Not yet. Okay, let me try.
Закрыто.
It is locked now. And biorisk here. Okay, let's start shepherding it. We propose that you take a rest for several minutes. Okay, first we turn it to the left, rotate to the left. Yes?
Да, Олег Дмитриевич, так хорошо, спасибо.
Олег, this way is good, thank you.
Коль, идете сейчас по кольцевым поручням?
Коля, translate along the circular handrail. Yes, I understand. I'm going to be head down now.
Не будем здесь пробовать, но болтается хорошо. Не, болтается, вряд ли получится.
It is loose here. No joy. Before you uninstall the platform with adapters, let's take a rest. I really propose it to you.
Так, ну вы тогда как держите или как?
Okay, you hold on to it now.
На 60-23.
And this is handrail 6023 here.
А где ручки? По бокам.
Where are the handles?
Вот там на другой стороне.
Along the sides.
С другой стороны то же самое. Нет, я не думаю.
Maybe I should approach from the other side.
Какая же? Давай за ту ручку.
I don't think it will make a difference.
Вы держите или нет?
Let's try this handle. Okay, I'm holding it.
Вот бык умудряется мешаться, даже когда он приехал. Она закинь его внутрь. А толку он сейчас мешаться будет?
This tether is still in the way.
Только всего. Так, держу. Так, ну и... А второй ниже, он гораздо... Второй гораздо ниже, да. Опустишь второй на S3.
The second tether is much lower.
Я ближе подошел. Они достаточно длинные.
I'm coming closer. Well, this tether is pretty long.
Надо ослабить натяг.
Okay, I am giving you some slack here.
Так, у меня все здесь уже. Я, в принципе, готов.
I am ready, basically.
Он у меня в руке.
Second tether, I'm holding it. And I am holding the platform now.
Там еще есть убранная слабина, если надо, ее можно подрастянуть.
There is some slack here, so you can get some more slack for yourself. Okay, towards me now.
А вы и себя тоже туда дальше пойдете? Не, я сейчас дальше пойду. Дальше, да.
You can move a bit further. Yes, I shall do so. Is this acceptable? Yes, and I still have more slack here. That is good. Are you ready? I am going to take it from you in a moment. Okay. I handed it over. I have it.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub continue to work to reposition a work platform with adapters from the Zvezda service module to the Poisk module for the installation of other equipment during today's spacewalk, the 270th, in supported space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We are about to switch NASA's public channel to the Kennedy Space Center for the arrival of the NASA astronauts, the crew flight test astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who will be arriving within the next few minutes at the shuttle landing facility at the Cape for final pre-launch preparations for their launch on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft on the crew flight test atop an Atlas V rocket, scheduled for launch on the night of May 6th. Our space coverage, our spacewalk coverage, We'll continue now on the media channel. Once the crew arrival down at the Kennedy Space Center is complete, then the public channel will rejoin the media channel for continuing coverage of today's spacewalk. This is Mission Control Houston.
It changed its orientation again. Please tell us. We will have to unpower it then. It is looking towards Paphos now. Okay, let us both check. The arrow is facing down.
Если вдруг по какой-либо причине, изменится ориентация, то...
If BKDO unit changes its orientation, please report to us. Yes, we understand. We'll report to you. Where is it, Коля? Right in front of you. Do I pull on it? Yes. Or I can do it. Okay, let's go to the base point. Is it reaching? Yes. Do you have it? Yes, I have it. Okay, this is the gap spanner. Yes. Good. You have it? Yes, I'm taking it. And it's secured to the nearest handrail. Here we go. I'm going to be on the other side. Good.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing our Russian spacewalk coverage on the media channel. The public channel of NASA television is now down at the Kennedy Space Center for the impending arrival of the NASA astronauts for the crew flight test aboard the Boeing Starliner commercial crew vehicle. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams are about 20 minutes out from arriving down at the Kennedy Space Center, where they'll make remarks and conduct a short Q&A with reporters gathered at the landing strip at the Kennedy Space Center. They are scheduled to launch the night of May 6th aboard the Boeing Starliner spacecraft atop an Atlas V rocket from Launch Complex 41 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on the crew flight test to the International Space Station.
On the pressure and contamination.
Once their arrival remarks are complete, we will rejoin spacewalk coverage on both the public and the media channels. In the meantime, 1 hour and 51 minutes into today's spacewalk, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub still working to transfer a work platform and adapters from the Zvezda service module to the Poisk module for the installation of other equipment, including 2 units associated with an experiment to measure corrosion on the outside surfaces of the Russian segment of the station.
The tether here is crossing the base point. Let's rotate clockwise a little bit. Okay, it is all tight now. No slack. Can you push it towards me very gently? Is it locked? Yes, it is. And tab, did you lower the tab? Not yet. The handle is in the closed position. The flag, the tab is towards the handle.
Просьба приложить небольшое усилие, на всякий случай проверить.
Please apply light force to it, light load, just to check it out. Okay, the handle is locked. The tab is in the proper position. And you see the tether here on your side? No, this one right here. It's lower. It is completely stretched out. Stand by. Okay, caller, it's untethered now. Okay, maybe I should be holding the adapter now, and you move to the side. And we can untether it now? Yes, you can. Artyom, Biorisk number 2 is removed. Yes, that is correct. Коля, it should be on your side or on my side? Your side. We had a break in comm. And the Biorisk container number 2, you are correct. And Biorisk 3 is left on the platform. Copy, thank you. Okay, I am going to shepherd it, and you go towards me, and the arrow is facing towards Paphos. Yes, this is good. You can translate this way. How about this screw? It's right here. Are you sure?
Адаптер ставится по стрелке на Paphos.
Adapter arrow should be facing towards Paphos. Okay, understood. This way. Okay, now let us align it. It's not properly aligned now. Okay, it's getting better. Locking now. Yes, until you see white stripes. Yes, I see them. And now use the wrench and tighten half a turn. Yes, we'll do so. Artyom, where are we now? You are over the west coast of the United States right now. We cannot see anything because of the cloud cover. Okay, I did half a turn with the range. I see the tab. Copy. Shall we do a pull test on the adapter? No. Okay, first check the lock on the adapter. Check its functionality. Okay, it's closing and opening. Copy. And then PET now is 1 hour 54 minutes, and until it is exactly 2 hours PET, you take some rest and do not skip it. Copy. Do you have indicator illuminated? Not yet. Okay, I have it now. Okay, you can lower it down. Okay, let's check on both sides. Okay.
Approaching the 2-hour mark into today's spacewalk, the view from Nikolai Chub's helmet camera, looking at Ali Kononenko as the two cosmonauts work to install a work platform and associated adapters on the Poisk module.
There is reflection from the sun. Well, how about now? Okay, I'll do it. The red LED is not illuminated. Copy. But it's not that important right now. Okay, I can untether right now. Everything's secure.
На фоне Земли получится? Ну, больше на фоне станции, конечно. Ну и так нормально. Да, в эту сторону развернусь. Или тоже на фоне. Тут.
Can you take a picture? Yes, it's possible. I have to rotate first.
Проплыл весь.
Inaudible. This will be a good picture.
Работает. Да, друг друга. Ты снимаешь, и я снимаю сейчас.
Okay, let's take pictures of each other. I did not turn it off anyway.
Почти ничего не видно. Так же отражает. Ярко.
Too much reflection here. Almost nothing visible.
Снимает
Okay, taking pictures now. Nikolai, go ahead. How is the temperature? We're looking at the telemetry at the call. It's 5.7, and you're resting right now. Is it a bit too chilly for you? No, it's normal, comfortable. I can regulate if you like it. I can adjust the temperature. 5.7, it just seems a little... Well, if I'm cold, I'll adjust it. Sounds good. How are things? Speaking simultaneously. Yes, you could remove with the protective cover. Regarding protective glass, it's excellent. It's very pleasant. Only good impressions. Did you leave your cable in here? I'll leave one here. Especially on this side, it's excellent. It's just perfect. That is excellent. I think it was...
This is Mission Control Houston. We are now 2 hours, 3 minutes into today's spacewalk, the International Space Station, currently passing just off of Corpus Christi, flying over the Gulf of Mexico, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit 260 miles above the Earth, as Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub continue a brief rest period, working very efficiently, well ahead of their scheduled timeline. Soon to move into the installation of a work platform and associated adapters on the Poisk module that you see there in this view. Kononenko on the right side of your screen in the Orlan suit bearing the red stripes. Nikolai Chub nearby wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. Kononenko now well into the 7th spacewalk of his career, one of 6 humans to conduct spacewalks over 3 different decades, just 40 days shy of reaching 1,000 days in space on his spacefaring career.
Which is attached. So maybe we should throw that indicator. Unfortunately, there is no jettison policy for this spacewalk, nothing. Okay, then we need to start getting ready for EVA 63 then. Shall we go? We're going back? Yes. Let's go inside. Pick up the unit. Well, let me attach things to my suit. I have one more left. So with the adapter, I left only one adjustable tether. Okay, wait a second. We wanted to leave the one with the range. Right now, at the regular tether, we have a ratchet range in case it's required for the connectors. All right, let's leave this one then. All right, so I have the tether with the range and the adjustable tether I've picked up. Did you look at the radiator? Beautiful. Yeah, I saw it inside also.
Oh, it looks even.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 6 minutes into the spacewalk. The work platform and its associated adapters have now been installed on the Poisk module.
All right.
Not far from the airlock hatch, from which Kononenko and Chub emerged at 9:57 a.m. Central Time, 10:57 a.m. Eastern Time, to begin this first spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year.
Deliver the adjustable tethers using regular hooks. Currently, we don't have such an activity planned. It's too bad, because we need to plan such activities, because the adjustable tether with a standard hook is what we need. The old type of adjustable tethers with the old hooks is frankly not as useful for the current activity, and that is because of the hooks. I understand. Well, just write down our proposal or our suggestion to deliver more of those tethers. Well, remind me if I forget about the tethers. I will. Thank you. Appreciate it. Shall I go inside? You can try, or I can go. Well, you go. I'll come closer.
And you saw a glimpse right inside the hatchway of the Poisk module. Again, this module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the station, serving as both a docking port for arriving Russian vehicles as well as the airlock from which Russian spacewalks are conducted.
I'm inside. Copy. I'm outside.
And a rare glimpse inside the Poisk module. Again, this is the airlock. At the conclusion of the spacewalk, that hatch will be closed to mark the official end of today's excursion. The airlock will be repressurized, and the cosmonauts will be free to open the hatch linking Poisk to the rest of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, so they can make their way back inside and remove their Orlan suits.
2 additional reds inside that temporarily were moved outside, and then I've attached, and that was it, and I brought them inside. Copy. I look at the crew lock bag. Coming closer to Europe. Excellent. Give me everything you need me to put inside. Well, if they're outside, they'll be tangling up, but on the inside, there is a circular handrail. I can attach it. I think that should work. So safety tether, everything is in there. by risk. Give me the second one. You can give me the second one.
The cosmonauts during today's spacewalk so far have successfully unfurled and latched in place the fourth in a series of panels for the mini RSA synthetic radar aperture system on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that failed to deploy properly back in its initial installation onto Naoka back in October. So that task, which was the primary task of today's EVA, now out of the way, enabling that radar system to become operational. This is a system to make multi-dimensional images of geographical landscapes. The crew also removed a biological sample exposure experiment called BioRisk that has been returned to the airlock, the Poisk airlock, for future analysis. The two cosmonauts also took swab samples on the exterior of the Russian segment of the station, also for further analysis.
KKM. It's
and have installed an adapter and a work platform, transferring it from the Zvezda service module to Poisk for the upcoming installation of other hardware, including hardware associated with two devices that will be installed during today's spacewalk to measure corrosion on the outside of the Russian segment.
Is that okay? Well, you can take a long one also. Copy. Confirm. Copy. The tether is installed inside, is attached inside? Yes, absolutely. Quartz. I'm going to rotate so I'm not in the way. It's a little bit too early. Let me try.
This is Mission Control Houston, breaking from our spacewalk coverage for just a moment on the media channel. There you see the NASA T-38s having landed down at the Kennedy Space Center. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams having flown from Ellington Field in Houston to the Cape for final pre-launch preparations for their launch on the night of May 6th on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft off of Launch Pad 41 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. They'll be making remarks to gathered media and other officials down at the Kennedy Space Center in just a moment. All of that will be broadcast on the NASA public channel as we continue our spacewalk coverage on the media channel.
On an adjustable tether. Secured. Now we need to remove the additional protection from this side. Excellent. Just throw it to me. Quartz is outside. Artyom, quartz is outside. One hook is on the outside handrail, the other one on the adjustable tether on my suit. So you don't have to put it on the handrail. You can put it on your tether. Well, I did, but it was just not very convenient. So I was looking at the Caucasus. Okay, I'm going to rehook it to a short one. I've moved it. I've rehooked it. Excellent. Let me just clean it up a little bit. Press go.
Хватает?
Is that enough length for you? Yes.
Так, ну вот. Сейчас я второй.
I'll take the second one.
Не-не-не.
Shall I attach it? Not yet, not yet.
Секунду. Все, его можно отпускать и отходить.
Now you can release it, and I'm going to step aside.
Нет, я его на себя потом перестрахую, этот фаул дополнительный.
Are you holding it with your tether? No.
Я его отпаковал.
I will attach it to a tether and secure it. All right. And I have secured it. So it's the same TKM on 2 tethers. Thank you. Now, come out yourself. Okay, let me move to the side so you have enough room.
Может, вы сразу тогда уже и по ходу, да? Не, пойду, да.
Yes, I'll go this way.
Там такое ощущение, что он запорочен переход немножко.
I think it's got snagged by the handrail. Yes, it's holding on to the handrail. Maybe got stuck a little bit there. I think it's going to be catching up any protruding elements. Let me look. There are caps or covers.
Сзади ногой провод.
Behind you, you have a cable on your right side or leg, right leg. Okay, now the cable is released. Okay, I'm going outside. I'm outside. I can see it. Where is our KKL? Come over here.
Artyom, I've already reached the Kakata. Copy. So here our guide is the black mark. Is that correct? That is correct. Black mark is the indicator. And the cameras should be looking towards PHO camera. Artyom, can I detach the adjustable? Oleg? Let me... Don't move, don't move. I'm going to adjust the rope. Artyom. Yes. Коля, release the red. No, I was asking about the adjustable. What about the red? Which red? So that rope was catching up, so I've released it and put it under. Can I use the adjustable? No, I don't see the mark. Artyom, do you have only one? I have 2, 2, and 2. So I put the tether and align the mark. So shall I move? I should move? Yes, so you can install. I'm installing it on one side. I can see the mark on one side. Yes. And I'm close. I'm on location. I can see the black mark. So turn it towards me clockwise. The black mark is aligned with me. It's looking at me. No, Nikolai, no, negative. I'm going to turn this side. Now release it. I'm trying to. No, it's working. I was just releasing it along the other plane. So now it's in the open position. Yes. Is that enough space? Does it give in? Let me take it out and reinstall it. Maybe it was not open to the very end. Let me try again.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 26 minutes into today's spacewalk by cosmonauts Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, as they are currently working to install a pair of corrosion detection units, one called Kvarts, the other one by the Russian Cyrillic acronym of TKK, onto a work platform, along with associated adapters that they just transferred from the Zvezda service module to the Poisk module. That's the same module that their Airlock is housed in. They began their spacewalk, the 270th, in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades at 9:57 a.m. Central Time, 10:57 a.m. Eastern Time, when they opened the hatch to the Poisk module to begin their excursion. This is the 7th spacewalk for Kononenko, the 2nd for Chub. They unfurled and latched in place the 4th in a series of 4 panels for a radar aperture system that is mounted to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. They also collected swab samples on the exterior of the Russian segment of the station, removed a biological samples experiment, and stowed it inside the Poisk airlock, and are in the process of installing these 2 corrosion detection experiments.
Is towards your head. That's the direction. In other words, towards the window of the airlock. Nikolai, you have the unit towards your side. I can see it. We can install it towards PHO. It will be on your side and my side, and it should be deployed over the hatch, right? Yes, above the hatch. Okay, so you can deploy it on this side. Artyom, what is the best side to install it? Close to PMA, or that we can do it speaking simultaneously? Yes, I can see it. Which side? Left side or right side? Oleg, from your side. From my side, copy. Will do. In that case, hold to the handrail. Let's rotate it. Shall we secure it with a safety tether? Let's do it this way. Can you hold it with your hand? Or I can give it further to you, and you can use the hook. Don't give it further to me. Well, you can use your arm. Well, and I have the safety tether, and I have an adjustable tether. Hold it on this side. So attach the adjustable tether on it. It will take half a day. So it's you hold it, you just hold it. Is it secure? Did you attach it? I think that's a good way. That's a good configuration. Just leave it like this. That's perfect. Okay, then I'm going to translate on the other side, and maybe I should turn around. Do you think it's a good idea? Great idea. Okay, turn around. All right. I'm going to do that. Perfect. I'm going to release it. No. The opposite. I'm rotating it. Rotate it.
Now, if we'll install the handles here, then it will be inconvenient for further for disconnecting the tethers. So why? No, not here. Hold on, let me rotate. I'm holding it. Just a second. Not yet. Okay, this side is installed. I believe there is a slight skew here. Yes, the other side is not quite there. Yeah, which side? did not go to the end. All right. Which one is yours? Which one is mine? You see that side? It kind of looks up a little bit. It was not lowered down to the stop. Okay. Like that is fine. Now we can close.
Через 5 минут у нас наступит тень.
We'll be in Eclipse in 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Let me use the wrench here. Yes. Oh, looks like it's sitting here properly. Okay, let's close. No. Let me approach, and then I will tighten it, and then we'll close it. Nikolai, let's close it. I reached it. The wrench? Yes. No, look, yes.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 34 minutes into the spacewalk. Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub well ahead of their timeline as they continue to install a pair of units to measure corrosion levels on the outside of the Russian segment of the station. A work platform and associated adapters have been installed on the Poisk module, and one of those two units already installed, the second in work, after which a number of electrical connectors will be hooked up between the two corrosion detection units. One is called Kvarts, the other by the Russian Cyrillic acronym of TKK. The two cosmonauts are well ahead of their timeline, about an hour and 45 minutes in fact, having earlier deployed the final panel on a synthetic radar aperture system that hung up during its initial installation last October. They've also retrieved a biological samples experiment and stowed it into the Poisk airlock and took swabs of the exterior surfaces of the Russian segment of the station. Oleg Kononenko in the foreground wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes in the 7th spacewalk of his career, joined by Nikolai Chub wearing the Orlan suit bearing the blue stripes well into the 2nd spacewalk of his career.
A little bit higher would be okay, I think. Stand by. I have something here. No, it can be moved now. Yes. How high do we need to install it? This will be close. Remove your hand.
Наблюдаем ключ-трещотку.
Take the ratchet. We can see the ratchet. Yes. To the stop, right? Yes, to the stop. You need to tighten it, but do not apply too much effort. Well, you said to the stop. Is it supposed to rotate? I cannot rotate it. Okay, now it's fine. So shall we remove all the cables now? Yes. Yes. Yes, we can press on with the cables. I need to reach the cables. Is it the best we can do? So, have you reached it? Yes, I'm removing it. Unintelligible. Okay, there it is. No, let me remove these two. No, the doors should be first. This will be mating with TGKTA. So we will take from Quark the mated connectors and then we'll install it, right? Is the extension down below? Sorry, we had a dropout.
This is Mission Control Houston. 2 hours, 40 minutes into the spacewalk, a momentary handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll get our downlink TV back from the station momentarily. Kononenko and Chub well ahead of their timeline, having completed the installation of both corrosive detection units, the Kvarts and the TKK unit, onto a platform and with associated adapters on the POISC module, and we'll begin the task now of hooking up a number of electrical connectors to enable those two systems to activate.
I don't know, maybe we should pull it out further and then install it. How about wire ties after installation? Why the larger broom clips have been manufactured if the intention was to keep it in the casings? Well, I'm holding it. I can keep holding it while you'll be wire tying it. Sorry for the question, Artyom. Okay. Here is the cover for the holder. Again, we can put those over the broom clips, but they won't hold it. No, let's use wire ties. Let's wire tie it to the handrails. You see? Here it is. Inserted. Okay, hold on. Let me remove the unit. What about the cable? No, we did not free the cables yet. No, no. Don't need to do it because I can put it in here. There is enough room. Okay, I'm putting it through here. Stand by. Like this. Maybe a little bit lower. Let me move aside. Yes, I'm waiting. Let it go. Okay. Shall I release it? Yes. All right. Here I'm letting it go. Yes. Are you sure it will not come out? Well, if it will, we'll catch it. No. What about on that side? You can't reach there, right? Let me approach. I can go directly because I'm being held back. The hook is holding me back. So we need to untie the wire of the cable. And then, where shall we put it? There is a handrail below. Shall we swap the places? Let me grab your hook and then I'll go up. Yes, and I'll take the adjustable. Okay, can you explain it one more time? I will release your tether. And I will hook to your adjustable, and then I'll go up. No, let me attach to the equipment tether. It doesn't make any difference. Okay, like this. Maybe we should have done it. Okay. The cover is under the cable. No, we're not dealing with the cover yet. No, first we need to remove the cable. Just unscrew it. Let's remove it right away. I'm holding it, Nikolai.
Fitzgibbon and Major General Kenneth Ekman, U.S. Africa Command Director of Strategy, Engagement, and Programs, will meet with the National Council for Safeguarding the Homeland officials today in Niamey, Niger, to initiate discussions on orderly and safe U.S. forces from Niger. Subsequently, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Low-Intensity Conflict, Christopher Mayer, and Lieutenant General Dagvin Anderson, Joint Staff Director for Joint Force Development, will conduct follow-up meetings in Niamey next week to coordinate the withdrawal process in a transparent manner and with mutual respect. We'll be sure, of course, to keep you updated regarding any significant developments. In the meantime, the Department of Defense remains committed to countering violent extremist organizations in West Africa. The department will continue to support whole-of-government approaches to work with African leaders to maintain stability and address terrorist threats in the region, including addressing core issues that drive insecurity. Separately, as an update for our humanitarian assistance support operations to establish the maritime corridor off the coast of Gaza, I can confirm that U.S. military vessels, to include the USNS Benavides, have begun to construct the initial stages of the temporary pier and causeway at sea. We're aware of the significant interest in this important effort and will provide much more information in the very near future as we work alongside the international community to rush aid to the people of Gaza. And finally, Friday will be the last day in the Pentagon for Acting Undersecretary of Defense for Policy Sasha Baker. We want to thank her for her superb leadership within the Department of Defense and for her service to our nation. On behalf of the Secretary of Defense, we wish her all the best in her future endeavors. And as we previously announced, Ms. Amanda Dory, a career civil servant who currently serves as the director of the Africa Center for Strategic Studies at National Defense University, will perform the duties of Acting Undersecretary of Defense for Policy when Undersecretary Baker departs. With that, I'll be glad to take your questions. We'll go to Tara, AP.
Thanks, General Ryder. Back to AFRICOM. So it's almost 8 o'clock now in Niamey. Have you gotten any readouts on how those initial meetings went? And would this mean the complete total departure of all U.S. forces, or are some of those terms still being negotiated?
Yeah, I don't have a readout to provide. Of course, again, we'll keep you updated as things progress here. And in terms of the withdrawal of U.S. forces, again, really not able to go beyond what I've provided right now, which is that they will begin discussing the orderly withdrawal of U.S. forces. So what that pertains in terms of timelines, numbers, again, we'll keep you updated.
But is the assumption that it will be that all U.S. forces will go, or is there still room?
I think that's a safe bet, is the going-in assumption.
Okay, and then on Chad, similarly, are U.S. forces withdrawing from Chad, and is this all of the U.S. forces there, approximately 100 or so, and why?
So as I understand it, as talks continue with Chadian officials, U.S. AFRICOM is currently planning to reposition some U.S. military forces from Chad, a portion of which were already scheduled to depart. This is a temporary step as part of an ongoing review of our security cooperation, which will resume after Chad's May 6th presidential election. So again, we'll keep you updated. I would refer you to State Department to discuss, the diplomatic sides of this, but that's where we stand right now. Warren.
A follow-up on Niger and then a different question on Gaza and JLOTS. The withdrawal appears maybe not imminent, but at least fairly imminent. Niger was a critical base for AFRICOM ISR in monitoring violent extremist organizations. Does the Pentagon have a location to move those forces? And if so, is that location ready, or are those forces for now coming back to the United States and there is no alternative to Niger?
Yeah, well, as I highlighted, first of all, we are committed to countering VEOs in West Africa. And as you know, we do maintain a robust network of partners, and we will continue to consider all options when it comes to accomplishing our CT mission. The bottom line is that we will continue to monitor threats throughout the Sahel in order to protect our personnel, our assets, and our interests, as well as the welfare of our partners. So we're going to continue to explore options, understanding that this is an important national security interest and a vital mission.
How much is the CT mission set back without something like a Niger ready to go?
Well, certainly when you look at the size of Africa and when you look at the threats, the preference would be able to have the ability to operate out of places like Niger. But of course, we have other means and methods that we can do that. So all that to say, again, we understand the importance of the CT mission, and we will explore options to ensure that we can continue to do that, albeit maybe perhaps through other means and methods, but importantly, working in close partnership with African partners in the region.
And then a very quick JLOTS question. A few mortar rounds landed near the pier site. Has that changed the timeline for construction there? And has it compelled the U.S. to consider a different pier site or different defensive measures associated with the construction of the pier?
Yeah, the incident in no way delays our efforts to establish the maritime corridor. Go to Liz.
Along those lines, any sense when the corridor will be up and running? You talked about the first week of May.
Yeah, so all indications right now, Tom, are that we're on track. I think, earlier I'd said probably looking at end of April, early May. I think indications now are realistically early May, but everything is on course at this point. So we'll keep you posted. Liz, did you have a question?
My question was asked and answered.
Okay. All right, let me go to the phones here. Tony Capaccio, Bloomberg.
Hi, Pat. Quick question. When do you think the first munitions for Ukraine will arrive, and will they be the 155 shells or some of the other equipment that has been pre-positioned in Europe?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. As I'm sure you can appreciate, I won't get into the specifics in terms of when specific ammunition or equipment is getting into Ukraine, other than to say we're moving out already. We've already started the process to move some of the weapons, ammunition, and equipment, which will be, as I mentioned earlier, there within days, if not sooner. And so, again, recognizing there's a variety of equipment and capabilities on the list that we put out. Some of those things will obviously take longer than others, but when it comes to essential capabilities like ammunition, we're already moving out to make those deliveries. But again, for OPSEC, I just can't get into specific timelines or routes, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Let me go to Jeff Schogel, Task and Purpose.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the question about the incident with the pier. What exactly happened? Did Hamas fire rockets or mortars at the pier while it was under construction? And if so, was anything damaged? Was anyone hurt?
Yeah, so to clarify, kind of two different things here, Jeff. So first of all, when it comes to the temporary pier and the causeway, those are being constructed offshore, out at sea, and are essentially nowhere near mortar range. So that's not what we're talking about here. We're aware of reports that a small number of mortars landed in the vicinity of the marshalling yard area for humanitarian assistance that will eventually be the delivery site that this pier will support. And it's important also to highlight that this occurred before any U.S. forces, have started moving anything. There'll be no U.S. forces on the ground, and as I understand it, in terms of, there is no U.S. equipment per se in this marshalling yard. Obviously, I'd refer you to the IDF for more granular details, but that's where things stand right now. Fadi.
Technically speaking, doesn't the pier lead to the shore? Isn't it connected to the shore to help?
So kind of think of this in four different parts. And again, we're going to get you much more information here. But so you've got Cyprus, and then you've got Gaza, right? So Cyprus is where aid will be stockpiled and loaded onto ships. Gaza is the shore where eventually this temporary causeway will connect. So what we're talking about here is the marshalling yard, where eventually, in the vicinity of where this causeway will connect to, but the two essential pieces in the middle are the temporary pier, which is out at sea, and then the causeway, which eventually will join land and be anchored, so to speak. So,
and then on a separate issue, probably you've seen the reports about the mass graves that are being discovered in Gaza, with hundreds of bodies being digged out daily. Has the Secretary raised this issue with his Israeli counterpart, and does he think these mass graves warrant an independent investigation?
Yeah, thanks, Fadi. Well, you know, to say first off, I mean, the reports are very disturbing. To my knowledge, the Secretary has not spoken to his counterpart about this, but you know, I know that as Mr. Sullivan highlighted yesterday, the U.S. government has raised this with the Israelis at multiple levels. I don't have anything to provide from a Defense Department standpoint other than we do believe that these reports must be thoroughly investigated and taken a look at. So, leave there. Sir.
Thanks, General. So my question is on the additional military advisors that the Pentagon has said it plans to deploy to Ukraine. Some have voiced the concern that this is at least in part what preceded the war in Vietnam, where we sent military advisors continually adding to the list that was there, and then some would be killed in action. What do you think of that escalation risk, the fact that U.S. servicemen are on the ground there in Ukraine?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, I appreciate the question, but I think you'd have to probably have a deeper discussion on the history of the Vietnam War and what we were talking about there, which is a completely different thing, right? You don't have U.S. forces conducting training inside Ukraine of indigenous forces. So to compare the two, unfortunately shows kind of a lack of understanding in terms of what we're talking about here, apples and oranges. What's going on in Ukraine, and as we've done for a while, is we have a small presence working out of the embassy, out of the Office of Defense Cooperation. And those small number of advisors are providing, information and advising on things like support logistics, weapon oversight program, helping with the ensuring that there's end-use monitoring in place, that we've talked about in the past. First of all, and to clarify, the addition of additional advisors is something that is being considered. No decision has been made, but if that decision is made, a couple of key points. First of all, it'd be a small number. Second of all, those folks would be working out of the embassy under the Chief of Mission Authority like the rest of the embassy, and would be subject to the same travel restrictions as all embassy employees. So, yeah.
Point taken on the differences, and there were far more in Vietnam, but I guess, do you recognize the concern is legitimate at all that there are U.S. servicemen in this country that is an active battlefield, so that if there's an errant missile that kills one, it could lead to a dangerous escalation?
Well, look, I mean, again, it's not unusual for the U.S. military to work out of embassies around the world in many different countries as part of our security cooperation efforts and to help coordinate security assistance. But critically, these forces are not in a combat role. They're in a non-combat role. They're in an advisory role. And again, we're talking very small numbers. And the United States has no intent of conducting combat operations inside of Ukraine, nor are these forces going to be anywhere near the front lines. And then the other piece of it is, to your point about danger, of course we recognize the danger, and any place our forces operate, we take the necessary precautions to ensure that they're safe, whether it be there or any other hotspots around the world. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you, sir. My question is on TikTok. There's a lot of going on as far as a U.S. national security threat is concerned because of it's a part of owned by the Chinese Communist Party in China. So why is it taking so long to ban when everybody knows that this is a national security threat? Because India had banned already over 2 years ago because of the national security threat in India. So over 170 million, I was told, users are there in the U.S. So that means China have already this much information from these people by the Chinese Communist Party. So are anybody using in the department, DOD or Pentagon, and where do we stand now as far as national security threat is concerned?
Yeah, appreciate the question, Guilfoyle. So a couple things. So first of all, it already is Department of Defense policy that we will not use TikTok on any U.S. government devices. So that already is a policy that's in place. I think what you're asking is the broader question about banning of TikTok writ large as it relates to, throughout the U.S. And again, that's a question that's beyond the scope of my small little place here at the DOD. So thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, General. Regarding to Rafah, did you receive from your Israeli counterpart any plan about their military operation there. And with your assessment, what do you expect the Palestinian to go out of Rafah? But we are seeing right now that the IDF leaving some parts and re-entering again to the same parts, and they are still bombing everywhere. So as a DOD, what do you expect these people should go?
Yeah, so as it relates to Rafah and operations in Rafah, I'd refer you to the IDF to talk about the specifics in terms of what they are and aren't doing. From a U.S. standpoint, from a DOD standpoint, we've been very clear that while we both agree that the defeat of Hamas is important, that any operations going after Hamas in Rafah take into account civilian safety and the delivery of humanitarian assistance. So as I understand it, the Israelis have shared some of their thinking in terms of what a Rafah operation could look like, but those conversations are still ongoing as we still have concerns about how they would go about doing that and taking into account the large number of displaced people and their safety. So I know that at the highest levels, Israeli officials and U.S. officials will continue having those conversations. But again, our focus here is on ensuring not only can Hamas be defeated, but that the safety of those impacted by this conflict is taken into account. So.
Thanks, General. Just turning to the Red Sea, there's been a drop in Houthi attacks. I don't think there was any for a couple of weeks. I believe there may have been some yesterday. What do you attribute that drop in Houthi attacks to, and what do you make of the resumption yesterday?
Oh, well, again, in terms of the Houthi mindset, in terms of why they opted to not conduct attacks for a couple of weeks, that's really something best left for them to address. I would say that regardless, our focus hasn't shifted, which is working with our international partners to ensure the freedom of navigation through the Red Sea. And so as long as there continues to be a threat to international shipping and to the lives and safety of mariners transiting the Red Sea, we'll continue to work with international partners to degrade and disrupt Houthi capability.
Are there back-channel talks going on? With the
I don't have anything to talk to on that, Tom.
On going back to Ukraine, how confident is the Pentagon that the Ukrainian military can make up for what's being widely portrayed as a lost 6 months? While Congress was dithering, Russia made a lot of advances. Are you confident that Zelensky and the military are going to be able to make up for that time?
Well, look, it's a tough situation right now in Ukraine. It's a tough fight, but I think anybody who tries to count the Ukrainians out obviously has not been watching what's happened over the last couple of years. And so, as Austin has said, Ukraine matters. What happens in Ukraine from a security standpoint impacts not only Ukraine, but European security and international security. So we're going to continue to support them, not only to defend the territory that they've defended from Russian occupation, but also to take back their sovereign territory. And we're going to do that for the long haul. All right. Yes, Liz.
Thanks. Going back to the humanitarian pier in Gaza, just to clarify, you said that the pier itself the U.S. is going to build or is building is out of the range of the mortar fire, but what about the causeway?
Well, again, what I'm saying right now, so there was this mortar attack today onshore, right? So what I said is that initial construction has begun of the causeway and the temporary pier at sea. So they're not constructing that anywhere near the shore at this point in time, if that makes sense.
Okay. And you said there were no damage to any U.S. assets. Were any Israeli assets damaged?
I'd have to refer you to the Israelis on that. Sir.
Thank you, General. Two questions. And one is my colleague already asked you 2 days ago. U.S. and South Korean having the discussion on the sharing the cost of American troops in South Korea. I think they finished the talking, so do you have any readout on that discussion? And also, why you guys having this discussion at this time?
I appreciate the question. I don't have anything in front of me. Let me take that question and we'll get back to you. Okay.
Also, on China, actually, this is Secretary Blinken is on the trip to China right now, and expected to give a warning to the Chinese side, not commercially supposedly building the Russian defense industries. From point of view, do you have any specific concerning areas of the coordination between Russia and China?
I won't get ahead of Secretary Blinken and anything that he may be putting out. As you've heard us say, and as you heard the president recently say, we are concerned about some of China's activities as it relates to supporting Russia's defense industry. And again, essentially, by doing so, enabling them to conduct or to develop capabilities that are being employed against Ukraine in their occupation of Ukraine. So, yes, sir. Then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, General. A couple of questions. The United Nations representative to Syria says Syria has become a focal conflict zone among superpowers for their interests. So how do you see the situation in Syria now?
Well, look, Syria has obviously had some significant challenges going all the way back to 2011, which I know you're very familiar with. Unfortunately, you have a significant area of ungoverned space in Syria, which has allowed groups like ISIS in the past to essentially exploit that and use it toward sowing instability, death, and destruction throughout the region. And so from a U.S. military standpoint, obviously our focus right now when it comes to Syria is focused on working with as part of the international coalition for the enduring defeat of ISIS. And so that remains our focus. But I think, of course, more broadly speaking, when you see these types of ungoverned spaces, they, of course, present threats regionally. And so that's something that we obviously consult not only with our partners in Iraq, but also allies like Turkey and others to address those regional threats.
So one more question on Syria. As DOD, do you expect any Turkish ground incursion into Syria as Turkey claims?
I would have to refer you to Turkey on anything that they're doing. Thanks. Laura?
So just on the pier and the attacks on the marshalling area, to clarify, were you confirming the attacks themselves, or just originally you said you were aware of the reports and then later you spoke as if you were confirming the report?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we're tracking some type of mortar attack causing minimal damage in the vicinity of the marshalling yard area.
Damage.
Yeah, minimal.
So there was
damage.
minimal damage.
Yeah, in terms of what specifically was damaged, I'd have to refer you to the IDF.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, let me just take one more, Heather, from USNI.
Thanks so much. So just on the Red Sea, the Houthis attacked the mayor's Yorktown. I was wondering if we can get more information on which coalition ship protected that, shot down the anti-ship ballistic missile. And then the Houthis said that they were also targeting a U.S. destroyer, and I was wondering if there's any information on whether or not an destroyer was attacked today or yesterday.
Yeah, thanks, Heather. On your first question, the only thing I can provide on that was that it was a coalition vessel. So we'll allow our partners to speak for themselves in terms of what action they took. And then I'm sorry, your second question.
The Houthis claimed that they were attacking a U.S. destroyer, and I was wondering if you've had any reports of a U.S. destroyer being targeted either yesterday or today.
At the moment, I'm not aware of that. As you know, CENTCOM puts out updates every day, but I'm not currently tracking a U.S. destroyer being attacked. But again, if we have updates, we'll put those out through CENTCOM. All right. Thanks very much, everybody. Appreciate it.